So, yeah, I'm everywhere. And, of course, this is what I normally look like, and we will be setting things up very soon to get things working correctly. The reason I said it that way, for those of you on Matt Paladin's Retro Gaming Emporium, is because we are simulcasting, sort of. As you can see in the upper part of the screen there, I am also broadcasting on the Mace Paladino, which is the channel for which we are making these avatars for. You know, to kind of test things out and do a sort of preliminary pilot episode, if you will. And you can see my horrific room from a different angle. I'm still working on things. But we're getting there. We were going to try to start an hour earlier, and this turned into a disaster of epic proportions because I plugged in my second camera and apparently unplugged a bunch of shit from my art machine, which is the primary broadcasting machine for I'll Play It with Mace. So, excitement all abound! So I hope everybody can hear me okay, and that this is coming through clearly, and I hope you're having a lovely evening. I do have a much nicer camera on I'll Play It with Mace, which again, we needed the higher resolution camera for motion capture for my facial expressions, whereas the lesser camera is going to capture my body movements. So, as you can see, I have two different cameras at two different angles that are doing two different things. So, yeah. So, like I said, hopefully everybody on Play It with Mace can hear me clearly, and at this moment, I'm not using my performance voice, so to speak. There will be a number of actual changes next week when we start the first official broadcast on Wednesday at 11 p.m. Pacific. So be sure to like and follow the channel, and I promise you we will have very interesting stuff. While Varias is working on the avatar itself, and before we do so, I may also draw a sexy picture of Clara. I can't draw actual nudity or porn on Twitch, but we're gonna push the boundaries. We're gonna push the boundaries, folks. So I hope you will stick around and be entertained. And if you do like what you're seeing, please drop a follow and help us get to affiliate on our backup channel. I'm gonna move that to full screen mode though on this machine, so that way all you see is the broadcast in the window. And I'm going to move to scene, and I need to do a couple of things in Discord real quick. Varias. And Varias is VTubing this week, so I'm going to be adding, I got to log in to Discord on the other machine, so that way I can put her pop out there, and that way we will be co-streaming officially. But she will be talking on the rarefied art stream, and we will actually be VTubing. And actually, that's a really good demonstration of what you're capable of, because you built your own YouTube avatar using the same techniques that we use to create this one. So let me do the pop out real quick here. Pop out. Actually, no, I do want to keep that where it was. I'll switch back to that, and it appears to be showing correctly. And now, I have to go over here and log in. I have two Discords, one I don't use and then this one, so which one is it? But anyway, we do have a chat there. You can see that slightly grayed out box on Upload with Mace, and so if people talk, eventually it'll scroll past my picture. That image will not be there for much longer. Like I said, we're going to be trying to debut the avatar. Hey, Mr. Obvious J, what's cooking? Don't forget to check out my other channel. Brian's going to do a shout out for. I'm trying to get this formalized here. It doesn't seem to remember my login. Or you could just... Hey, Shendragon! I'm broadcasting... There we go. I'm broadcasting on both channels today. We're doing I'm doing a demo of my setup for Up Late with Mace Redux? Reductive? I don't know. I'm feeling pretty reductive right now. Yeah, we are going to actually show the Catboy VTube avatar today, and part of the process on that channel is going to be showing off what he looks like in full motion. So these camera shots of me are actually going to go away. I just have them so that way there's something visual on the stream until we actually get there. And I will also debut what Mace sounds like, and you will hear it on both streams. So. Right, and I'm trying to get logged into, so go ahead and talk for a minute. You're kind of small right now, but here, actually, I'm going to change... No, actually, no. Let's just focus on getting this shit working. Can you glance at my account and see which email it says I'm using on Discord? Well, you'd think with all these extra machines I'd be able to figure something out, you know? Now, I also can't hear myself currently on that machine because I don't have headphones or speakers hooked up to that machine. I did, but I actually broke them. Don't sweat it then. I'll figure it out. Actually, if anybody wants to go over to the other channel and see if my clarity is good, because I have a vastly more sophisticated setup for that. I have an M audio M-track duo hooked up to a PG58 microphone with windsock and pop guard, and it's hooked up to a Nady audio phantom booster and everything. I mean, it should be pretty clear. You know, when I speak up, the waveform goes into the yellow, so I just want to make sure everyone can hear me. And I can't see... Nobody's chatted yet on that stream, so that's why I can't tell for sure. But yeah, Up Late with Mace is going to have a lot of stuff. It's going to have, see, art, cute video games. Hey, Sage Saga. And we're gonna have all kinds of great stuff on here. We're gonna have cross-dressing. We're gonna have LGBTQ plus content. We're gonna have karaoke. We're gonna have VTubing. We're gonna have interviews with other VTubers. It's gonna be a party. So I hope everybody can hear me clearly. Like I said, this whole thing with the live image is not going to be around too much longer. Left speaker and there's distortion happening. Okay, let's take a look at the audio source here.
Well, what about now? Ooh, I'm redlining now. How about now? Does that sound better? There's something pulsing Oh, well, that may be it. Yeah, this is a much more sensitive pickup, so it's probably picking up my fan in the background. Yeah, because it's really spiking it. Alright, so that means that the next step is to turn on voice mod and turn down the volume. Do I have voice mod on this computer? Let's find out. I'll deal with Discord in a minute. I want to fix these audio issues. I thought I did have voice mod on this machine, but apparently I was smoking grass. That's okay, I'll just download it again. That's not that hard. Since we found out 2 weeks ago, we found out what was going on with it absolutely blasting audio. By the way, the reason Batismo is going crazy and throwing these ads so often now is because I stopped paying him $10 a month, and apparently I no longer have control over how frequently they appear. Alright, so we will fix this in just a second here. Open website. Get voice mod for free. That's why I just sing. Whenever my life turns to shit, I just sing. That's a little taste of Mace. That's a little taste of Mace right there. I don't know, he's nuts. I'm loving it. It's just so sexy, kids. I'm loving it. What is my 6-digit authentication code? I need to find off date on my phone that I just reactivated. Some guy's like, "What are you doing in my conversation? This is my kid's number." Not anymore, motherfucker. Christ almighty. Sage, thanks for helping me troubleshoot this, by the way. Discord. Yeah. Authorize the voice mod out. Oh, I couldn't live a single day without you. Actually, on second thought, well, I suppose I could. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is, honey, you're the greatest. Well, at any rate, I guess you're pretty good. Now imagine me actually doing that with my VTube avatar. With full articulation and everything. It'll be so sexy. Alright, let's get VMod set up. Voice mod. Hi. Duh. Let's get it set up. Next. I accept. Next. Next. And next. Yeah, I think I uninstalled it because I said, oh, I'll never use this machine for streaming again. I'm a genius. A mad genius at that. Alright, once we get voice mod set up, then we can begin this stream in earnest. Also, when you were crashing around back there, somehow you unplugged my chill out fan. And I don't know how. Unless that surge protector behind there is still turned off, and that was... Alright, so the ideal setup for this is the USB microphone. So even though there is an M audio option, that only puts in one side because apparently that's the mixer. Oh yeah, the difference between the two cameras is stark. The one up top is like a 2007, 2008 crystal cam from, it's the, what do they call that? You used it for like a hot minute. Hold on a minute. Yeah. Continue. All done. Checking audio driver. The only one I need is clean, so that way it kills some of that background noise. So that's what we're on, and voice volume, we did 46, I think. Oh. Alright, so everybody let me know how I sound. Hopefully I sound okay. The pulsing should have stopped immediately, though. As soon as I got that in there and lowered the volume, it should have A, stopped redlining, and B, it should be... Oh yeah. We are peaking a little bit, but it's not too bad. Now let's see, properties... Boom. Okay, how about now? Okay. It's weird because... Alright, well, let's turn this down a bit. High. Which one of these actually controls? None of these appear to control the volume of the microphone. Bizarre. Lower a little bit so that it doesn't peak as much. Okay, well, it's going to be an experiment we're going to have to work with. It's a totally new rig. I'm not used to it, so that's part of why we're doing this, is because we're not only setting up the avatar, but we're also testing the audio equipment and getting the ideal settings, so that way I get the best possible sound. For those of you who are tuning in for the first time, down below I have a throne, which is one of those. Well, do I sound great on the other stream though? Oh, thank you. I'm getting ready to start playing around with. I'm getting ready to play around with a faux hawk. So, for those of you who are new to this whole thing, to my stream and otherwise. No, not even remotely. If you look at the specs down below on the page, you'll see what I got. It's a Gen 4 quad-core i5 with a GTX 660. I mean, right now we're encoding at 6,000, but it's, it's not ideal, unfortunately. Bryce, could you do another shout out, please? So that way Shen can see the link to the stream. I'm still futzing with these settings. Yeah, afraid not. Afraid not. The box that I'm using is called the M-Track Duo, but apparently the volume knobs on it do nothing in USB mode. Because I'm not seeing any difference whatsoever in output or input. But I mean, it could be also that we're double phantom powering it, because I have phantom power. Well, let's turn off the phantom power on the M audio itself. Alright, turn off phantom power. Okay. Well, now we're not peaking as much. How about now? How's that seem? Is that helping with the pulsing? Alright, we're gonna have to play with it for a while in the off time. But for now, like I said, main thing that we're gonna be working on is replacing my visage here with my VTubing avatar. So, and if you see the changing light in the background, that's because I have Mariah's got me a kind of disco light. That's really cute. She's got one as well. All right, so now that I am logged into Discord, I am going to pop out switch device. Why did it log me out? Because my opti-codes are not working again, apparently. Could you add the Mace Palladino to the Discord notifies as well? Or how do you do that? Do you do that via, like... I have one. I could do that. We'll see. Right. You know what I'm going to have to do? You're going to have to invite my other Discord account to your server. Because I can't join the stream time in two places at once. What part did you miss? I can't be in two places at the same time with the same account. So I can't pop out your avatar onto Up Late with Mace and stream on Rarefied Art Stream at the same time with the same account. So that means we'll be logging in with my other account. Stay tuned, everybody. It's going to get exciting. What do? Oh, dumb. Don't mind me, folks. I'm dumb. Jen, I thought you were already following this channel. It just said you were a new follower. That's weird. Yeah, like I said, we're going to have to check the routing. There could be problems with the M audio, but I did some recordings in Audacity with this, and I didn't have any audio processing issues, so we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, and as much as I've said that I'm going to try to drop a Chinese wall in between these two channels for obvious reasons, there is still going to be some overflow. It's going to be impossible to keep all of my branding completely separate. In fact, I've been thinking for a very long time about moving all of my legitimate works to the Pink Panties Productions drive-through comics page, because I don't get any sales on Starship Moonhawk related stuff through its own dedicated page. And there's going to be some new Starship Moonhawk stuff coming to the webcomic scene as well, because Starship Moonhawk 0 is going to be debuting later this year, and that takes place back in the 27th century. Yeah, I'll figure it out. Like I have this phantom power device that I included in there because the phantom power that's built into this thing is not real good. So I don't know what to tell you there. Yeah, the microphone is just really picking up everything. I don't remember how to log out of this. Here we go, user settings. Log out. Log out. So the reason I have two accounts is because long ago on Moonhawk Studios Presents, Adam booked the founders of Discord as a guest. And I believe that interview is still up on our YouTube channel. Probably back in like 2015 or so we had them on the show, because that's when Discord was really starting to become a thing and take off. I am human. See, this channel doesn't require two-factor authentication. What? It hates me. Oh, come on, really? It just changed my password on this Discord, not the other one. God, it keeps logging me into the wrong one. Oh, I swear to God, this was written by Satan. I just want to punch everything. Okay. There it is. This is a lot of work. This is a lot of work, kids. Okay, so I finally got logged into the damn account. Actually, if anybody wants to help me get an RTX card, it's part of the gaming computer on my throne. That sounds weird whenever I pitch that. It's right there on my phone. Oh well, we're trying, folks. We're trying. I'm also noticing that the chat is almost transparent, and I don't know why. So that's another thing I'll have to notate when I'm in Stream Elements to check that out. I'm sweating profusely here. Yes, I am using OBS. The real OBS. Do me a favor. I need you to send me a friend request. I'm working on that. I'm working on sending it to you in just a second here. I'm going to send it to you privately. As soon as I clear these exclamation points. Oh, dude. Hark you and your bullshit! Hey Sage, if you haven't followed me on Mac Paladin's Retro Gaming Forum, I think you have. But if you haven't, please feel free to do so. I know I announced this on Facebook, which is how a number of people are coming over here, but may as well follow both of my channels because I am going to be doing artwork on across the board. So something worth looking at. Which actually reminds me, I think I need to follow your channel as well. So I am following you right back, my friend. I know, I get your notifications in Picardo all the time, but I don't know, just in case you ever do. Ah, okay. Well. Alright. Messages. No, I'm giving you the I just sent you my Discord name for the other account. Thanks, Jen. I thought you did because I had you as recommended, and it showed you in the followers. See it? Pending. Accept. Alright, please send me a server invite. Here's a good question. Am I friends with myself? Let's see it. I'll get it in just a second here. in like Flynn. I'm currently locked out of stream time. Right, so if you could well, go ahead and mod me on both, just in case I switch back and forth between them. Whoops. Well, thank you for the follow, Sage. Like I said, we're gonna get some stuff. We're gonna get some stuff happening here. All right, microphone is muted. Yeah, so now I see what that noise is that they're claiming. There is some definite feedback there. I wonder if the M audio box is fucked. Unless there's something wrong with the phantom power box. I'm testing something real quick. It's still there. I'm just doing quick tests just to try to figure out what it is. Well, Discord only recognizes default as the voice settings options for input and output. Hello. Hello. Okay.
Okay, well, I don't have the pulsing, but it does pick up my voice now. Okay. Hey, look, they don't have that noise anymore. Woo! It's not perfect, but it is a hell of a lot better than it was a minute ago. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know why that was. I don't know why that was, Jen. Yeah, but at least... Alright, let me turn this back on. Alright, you're going to hear me again twice for a minute. Hello. Yeah, I thought that was interesting. Well, I mean, it could also be a shitty microphone. I do have a Shure microphone on my. It also seems that one of my cameras is frozen. I love it when stuff craps out. This is why we do test streams, kids. Okay, let me get your VTube avatar going here. Actually, why is it not doing it in the app? God damn it. It won't log into the real app. It keeps logging into the fucking website.
password I literally just set, it is now telling me is invalid again. That's why I had it mixed up. Yeah, I gotta play with this stuff. I've got a, so like I said, I've got a mixing box because it's an XLR microphone, and it's plugged into it. And it's by M audio, and it worked fine for voice recording. And then I got this phantom booster because I realized I had to be like this on top of the microphone in order to be heard. So I had found brand new in the box this Nady Audio Phantom Booster, and we daisy chained it in with a little tiny XLR cable. And now, and then I don't know if I don't think I've done any tests subsequently. So you're making the tail. But I'm wondering if I was getting interference from Discord, because I had that set way wrong. Where the fuck is the Discord startup icon? It's on this screen. Okay, let's try that again.
Okay.
So
first of all, muted, are you getting any interference?
No.
How
How about now?
Not that I can.
Cut
Cut off part of the sentence. Or did you hear the whole sentence? There, I heard the crunch.
Ooh, there's a crunch there.
Yeah,
That was interesting.
And
it's intermittent, just like Sage said.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
All right, so we'll investigate that. All right, add a window capture. Yup.
I can
Decide where to put that.
We'll put that
Put that over here.
in this
unimportant space where my food is.
All right,
So now you can see Varias's VTube avatar.
At
At
last,
last, rescued at last.
Don't
Don't tell them we're lost. They'll never live it down. We've been caught
in a
in a blizzard. Yes, and we can't see a thing. Request to direct us to the coordinates. Land visual says sunny skies and 70 degrees. So look, the sun has come out. It's a miracle. Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm over here very slowly course correcting some of this.
Okay.
So now here's the question. Does the update with Mace stream hear Varias?
Can you hear me okay? That is the question. Yeah, can you hear me? Hello, hello.
Give it a minute to catch up. Stream has double Mac voice, but we can hear the other person.
Okay, yeah, so
Yes. So progress.
well, because you've got the one mic that's going through Discord, which means that Mace can hear it, and then you've got the mic over there for that going through the stream. So because Mace can hear it, and because Mace can hear it, and you're talking through the mic, it's the doubling because Mace can hear you in the Discord because you're the one talking to me through the Mac side. So you've got Mac output coming out through the stream. Then you've got
How funny, though, funny, you bastards. But you just taste the soup already. That's pretty much where we are right now. That is pretty much where we are. Aha. Okay, well at least we know where it's coming from.
And it's
in real time.
That's right.
That's right, I just did the Donald Trump hand gesture there. Jesus Christ. Well, we know where it's coming from.
You
Nasty. Anyway. Oh, Rhymany. And we've already started the impressions. Exit. Stage right even.
So the
voice that I do for Mace is what I like to call trauma therapy. I worked for this guy named Frank when I worked for Bookman's. Actually, I'm going to change this ever so slightly so that I can shore up on your picture. But I call it trauma management because that way we're not focused on the other pictures as well. Because Frank was a terrible person. Like the amount of hatred and self-loathing that this man had for himself and his fellow human beings was off the charts. And he used to say terrible things like, you know, one night I had a dream that I brought a gun to work and killed all of you, and it made me really happy. And I used to do this dead-on impression of him. Like I would say something in his voice behind people's backs, and they would turn around scared for like a second. So yeah, that voice is trauma therapy. But we can also turn a negative into a positive. That's the plan, is to basically steal Frank's voice and reclaim it from him,
Mm-hmm.
and
make it into a net positive.
So now we go back to here.
That's the goal,
kids.
This is
Oh man. And of course, Bryce will also be back as a guest star on the premiere episode. The official premiere episode. We'll have ourselves a good time. It'll be a little jamboree. And we won't have the Discord duplication.
I'm making the tip of the tail.
Okay.
Well, because the tip needs to be rounded a little bit, so.
Just the tip. I'm not sorry.
Of course you're not.
Of course you're not. It's trauma therapy.
Here we go. Actually bring those edges down in a minute. Here, this.
I started story time earlier, and I never got to finish it because I was too busy farting around with all of this stuff not working. But I actually came out 8 years ago as Bipan, and to a select group of people. And it wasn't a matter of like hiding so much as I just didn't feel some people needed to know. It's kind of weird. It's like I said in my Facebook post. My mom knows. I think my dad suspects, but we don't talk about it. He supports my dark side work, and that's all that matters to me. And in no way, shape, or form do we have a poisonous, toxic relationship built on masculinity. It's just, I don't know. He's a first-year boomer, and there's a lot of stuff that boomers just old boomers don't talk about. He was born in '46, and that was the first year of the baby boomers. Well, second year, technically, because I think the first year was 1945. But I mean, he is like the definition of, he and my mom are like the original textbook definition of boomers. And while my mom was actually very open and progressive, my dad just didn't talk about shit. Because his family didn't talk about shit. And his family's family didn't talk about shit. You know? The grandparents were greatest generation. No, they were silent generation. 1912 and 1913. My grandmother on my mom's side was 1924. So she was greatest generation. Those who came of age during the Depression and at the outset of World War II, you know, that kind of thing. So while we never like my mom was always like, "Oh honey, if you're gay, you can tell me." And I'm like, well, it got complicated. I'm not gay, but I'm not straight either. It's like, and how do you explain that to, you know, a late model boomer? Who only, you know, my mom now is just all over
social media. She's like Facebook all over the place. Don't put your business on the street, you know, that kind of stuff. That's why I have multiple accounts and all of that. And why I don't advertise my, especially this stream, I don't advertise this on my main Facebook page because I don't want my mom or dad to accidentally click on it and then have to explain our shenanigans. So yeah. I think next week we're gonna do we're gonna be a little more whimsical. It's just gonna be Mariah's and I talking with our VTube avatars, and I'm gonna be playing some Twinkle Star sprites, and we're just gonna be talking about, you know, whatever community issues come up in the next week or so, and it'll just be a very laid back situation. But yeah, I don't have a lot of this stuff in my bio because I'm more interested in letting people see my channel as a whole and appeal to as broad of an audience as possible. And when you camp out in the Alphabet Mafia corner, there's a lot of potential there. Both positive and negative. And so for the gaming channel, I don't know. I don't see it as a net positive to go off on that stuff. Whereas here we have a little more freedom. You know, here at Up Late with Mace Redux, I'm gonna deliberately say it like that forevermore, so you know. But here at Up Late with Mace Redux, it's different. It's more of a safe space to where we can explore things. And you know, this is the first time I've been beardless in 11 years. Started on medication in February. Decided to go back into ADHD therapy. And I've lost 30 pounds. I'm very pleased about that. And you know, like I said, I just wanted to I wanted to have this outlet back to explore my truth. And I'm not 100% sure what that is just yet. Of course, being around Varias and Ketra has made my exploration a little easier. Like I said, there is a gentle partition between these two channels, and so these simulcasts will not be a regular occurrence. As I said, Up Late with Mace is going to occur at 11 o'clock Pacific on Wednesdays going forward. And then during standard time, it's going to be Mountain. So we'll have to make that switch. Because it'll coincide with the schedule of my other show. And then we'll see if we can expand it to other variety stuff, you know. When we have to do emergency emotional support streams. Oh, I think I know where the duplication is coming from. I can tell you exactly where the duplication is coming from. It's coming from the picture-in-picture.
Oh, is one of them actually? Is one of them actually playing the audio?
I think so.
I think so. I can mute it here, but I can't mute the tab. Well, I don't count as my own viewer anyway, so.
Yeah.
That should significantly reduce that. Because I shouldn't be hearing myself through Discord.
Right.
Well, yeah, I would because I've got 2 accounts logged into the same channel, same audio channel.
Well, yeah. I mean, that is.
But still, I should cut down somewhat on some of the duplication noise. Okay. So because the Discord stream is in real time, the duplication is in sync. So I would imagine that at least that's tolerable.
Right.
Well, like I said, this is a work in progress, so we'll figure it out. I got a settlement check from the lawsuit against Progressive Leasing. My phone, I bought this iPhone 8 Plus in 2019, refurbished. And I had financed it through Progressive Leasing. And apparently they cut me a $52 check. That's the biggest settlement I've ever gotten from one of these class action lawsuits. I mean, even the Best Buy labor disputes ended up being like 20, 30 bucks here and there.
So
I was balling.
I'm like,
woo, woo! Yeah, well, like I said, we won't have this weird Discord overlap next time because we won't be broadcasting simultaneously on my regular channel either. Basically, on Tuesday nights we have a regular feature where we do a studio stream, and we've been trying to start on time at 8 o'clock. That didn't happen tonight because we had actually much worse technical failure before we got live. I'm shocked we started precisely at 9 o'clock. To be brutally honest with you, given all the problems I was having, I crawled into the desk to plug in my 2 webcams, and just knocked the shit out of my entire setup.
Was that tons of fun?
so
So yeah, everything was full of you know what.
But
Yeah, my weight goal is to lose another 60 pounds, and then we'll see what we're gonna see. Although I should start seeing significant shape differences by the time I lose the next 30. I mean, we're talking losing a total of 90 pounds. That's going to be the biggest weight loss that I've had since I was 20. And I'm 46 now, so. Although I have to say, some of my fans were kind of disappointed that I shaved off the mustache because they were like, "Oh no, with great mustache comes great responsibility."
I was like,
I know, guys. I'm sorry. No, do not duplicate that.
You
Get the crazy laugh for hours.
Oh shit!
Oh shit! That would have been terrible.
So
Yeah, hopefully it won't take too long to make this tail and get everything set up, so that way we can actually start installing the avatar.
I'm sure this is close to center back of that. There.
I'm just trying to remember where I was because I know I was showing this to you, Bryce,
Where I had an actual page open that had like assets, like backgrounds that had things like gaming chairs and stuff like that. And I don't remember where the hell I was. Was I on owned? Oh, I bet I was on owned. Yeah, that's where I was. Owned 3D. Yeah, I think that's where I was. Yeah, you can see, you can actually see Mariah's on my regular channel building this avatar, if you're not there already. It's a little schizophrenic talking to a simulcast. So how's it going over there?
Adding bones.
Because since I don't know that much about the actual process of working in Blender, I can't tell where your progress is.
Right. Well, I'm adding bones to the tail specifically so that it can actually.
So it can actually waggle.
Well, so I can add
Lena.
bones to it.
Lena's in the chat. So far, it seems to be going good. We've got so Bryce fixed the issue. He actually fixed it off stream with the shaders and stuff causing those voids in the model. That was what was going on, right? So she figured that one out, and we're also. Okay. Sorry guys, I'm paying attention to two chats at the same time because we're providing slightly different content on each one. So even though my talking and some of Mariah's talking. Yep. And she's visible on both channels, so.
Yep. Hi, Lena.
It's a little bigger and more distinct on Uplate with Mace though.
Yeah, well, but yeah, so I figured out the whole issue I had with the overhead, and now I can wiggle my fingers and all of that fun stuff.
Yeah,
we'll have to figure out where I'm going to put my body tracking cam. I've got both cameras set up. I've got a high resolution camera for facial tracking, and then I've got a much older, lower resolution camera for hand and arm movements. And in my throne, I have a VR headset, and I believe that it comes with hand units as well. All of the items in my throne. Hey, thanks for following my other channel, Sage. Sage is a longtime friend. Just in case anybody was wondering, Sage is a longtime friend of mine from webcomic, from way back in the webcomic days. He's been a supporter of various projects that we've worked on over the years. So, and he actually contributed quite a bit of artwork for our ill-fated pay site. we don't talk about that anymore.
No.
I hope Ebenezer Splooge is doing okay. His comics were always a little vulgar, but they were vulgar in an entertaining way.
I don't know.
I thought he was a pretty cool guy. I just you know, he tried to help us out with some seed money, and that just was a disaster. The whole pay site thing was just a cluster. And we never, I don't think we ever got more than 10 subscribers, which meant that it would have taken us like 8 years to pay back even like the minimal investment that was put into the site at the rate we were going. And then we had to pay another $500 for recertification. You have to pay $500 to Visa and MasterCard every year through CC Bill or any other merchant processor for that matter to keep your site certified. And it's like, and we couldn't even put up any of the good content because they had these bizarro world, completely nonsensical restrictions. I got interviewed by Fez over at the Webcomic Beacon. Me and Bernal, fantastic furry artist, by the way. We're on the podcast at the same time talking about this whole thing with adult websites and merchant processing. And they consider us a high-risk industry. Like they put us like only one short half step away from prostitution.
There we go. That's where that's supposed to be.
But Sage just mentioned that he was thinking about doing the VTube thing, but hasn't really had a chance to do it. If you're interested in checking, out his stuff, he's over on Picardo.
Okay, well, you know, I make as the avatars. There's that.
And Sage, you can feel free to advertise your comics in both chats if you wish. Like put a link to your Patreon or something in there, since I'm heaping praise upon you. Feel free to give yourself a shout out to both chats. I am okay with a little shameless self-promotion.
Yeah,
like I said, go ahead and drop links, and we'll try to send some people your way. I gotta fix the whole Starship Moonhawk website because we had some kind of catastrophic failure about a year and a half ago. Isn't that crazy? When you got something going for 20 years like that? My God. Shadows Mist and I, Shadows Mist, my partner in crime, playing City of Heroes and Fallout 76. Of course, she's the creator of Shifters. Nice. Yeah, so be sure to go check those out, guys.
There we go.
Sage has been very, very consistent for a very long time. What was I thinking about her? Nice. Outstanding.
Yeah, about a year and a half ago, the original Starship Moonhawk website, which Marias and I spent a considerable amount of time rebuilding, I might add, to my eternal frustration. I don't know if it was a DDoS problem with DreamHost or what, but something broke. And I could not get WordPress to connect to the database, and I couldn't download it to repair it. I couldn't even figure out what was wrong with it, because just one day somebody notified me that it wasn't working anymore. And we also lost the Moonhawk Studios Presents archive, which was important because it meant that Marias and I actually found, like, what, 200 lost shows on the Wayback Machine?
Yeah.
And so we had with the website intact, we had kind of a guide to what we were looking at. Now we have to listen to every single episode. And I'd like to do a little bit of audio processing on that to try to get rid of some of the static from TalkShoe. But in order to put all those episodes back up with their proper names and in the proper order on the YouTube archive, we have to listen to every goddamn one of them and find out who the hell we were talking to. There's a couple of podcasting websites like Podcast Alley that has listings of all of our old shows, and we can try to compare it against that, because my goal was to put season 3, episode 10, original air date and all that stuff on each episode. Then we had that whole period where we tried going live stream because we were mad at TalkShoe, and that was a cluster. And then we did Ustream for like a minute, and that was a cluster. And then finally we settled on YouTube, and now we're over here on Twitch. And people bitching at me too. They're all like, "Oh, well, why can't you go back to like TalkShoe and stuff? I like being able to download it on Apple Podcasts." And I'm like, "There's a YouTube app on your phone. I have it arranged in a lovely little playlist." I mean, I'm not trying to be snarky or anything like that, but when you ask these kinds of things, you're asking a lot. I don't think people realize how much work goes into making even just an audio podcast like that. And then trying to restore an archive that was lost because of the incompetence of the service. Basically what happened was, TalkShoe got bought. It got bought by some big conglomerate, and they moved data centers without any regard for the condition of the servers. And so they lost everything. They lost everything up to 2013. There was some pretty impressive stuff on there. TalkShoe was actually a pretty big deal back in the day. There was actually the final interview with Robotech creator Carl Macek was up there on some guy's podcast back from just before he passed away in 2008, I think it was. Oh yeah, Tippy. And it's just lost. I have no idea. I have no idea where to look for it to try to find it on the Wayback Machine. Because they had this thing where their robot was pulling and storing MP3 files for various podcast shows from all over the net. So it may be archived, and that's how we were able to recover so many episodes of MSP. And I did actually get the Larry Latham interview up on Facebook. He worked for Hanna-Barbera in the late 70s, early 80s, and he worked closely with Phil Hanna and Joe Barbera, and he was co-creator of the Snorks. But he had this fantastic webcomic that is just not even on the internet anymore. Like, there was no effort to preserve it. Called Lovecraft is Missing. And he died of cancer in, I want to say November of 2014. October, November of 2014 or so. And I was going to put the episode up as a tribute, and that's how I found out that all the episodes were gone. Yeah, but we've recovered, I would say, about 60-70% of the episodes that were lost, and they're sitting in the Dropbox, waiting to be reformatted for YouTube.
Yeah.
I had season 1 and part of season 2 on my hard drive, because at one point I was having Apple Podcasts download them to my computer. I don't know. I'm just gonna be quiet for a minute.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna spread these buns out a little bit for the tail.
All right.
I feel like we've got
How close are we to give another try?
well, it's going to be a minute. We still gotta link the tail to the body and get everything sorted the way it needs to be.
I should have just bought a cattail off of V-Roid's website.
Well, I couldn't find anything worthwhile there.
Yeah, they had some kind of, they had like hippie. Hi, buddy.
Be very quickly turn, please.
Hi, buddy. You just dove off my dresser. What are you gonna? Your objection has been noted. Come here, buddy. Come here. Pets? Come on, pets. Come here, buddy. Come here, buddy. Hippie. Hippie. Hey, buddy. Here. I can't pet you over there. Pet's petting and cuddling, but he doesn't want to come over here to get him.
Of course.
Yeah, it's not super obvious in this shirt, but I have lost 30 pounds since we started this whole streaming endeavor. Whenever I'm docked in my chair like this, that's what I call it. My friend Nathan had this nickname for me. He called me your bargeness. He wasn't making fun of me because I was fat. I'm just a big dude. You know.
One more right here to give us
And I have a tendency to lumber through everything like a sleeping giant, like a sleepwalking giant. Hey, Doodles. Come here. Come here, dudes. Scratching at the back of my chair, so I know she's here. Come here, Bubba. I call her Bubba because she's my Alabama cat. Yes, Tippy. Come here, Bubba. Come here, dudes. Unhook yourself. Stuck? Yeah, she's stuck, Bubba. She's stuck, Bubbers. Unhook, Doodles? Come here. Get up here. Up.
got a dudes on stream.
Look at that.
Look at that magnificent animal.
This
This is Doodles, my elder cat. Only the top of her head is visible at the moment. There we go. Look at that. We got a little face shot there. Doodles is an 11-year-old. We think Russian blue and
Yeah.
Maine Coon mix. Because she's huge. Even at her slimmest, she weighed 17 pounds. And from the end of her nose to the tip of her tail, she's almost 4 feet long. And she's got this little plumage in the front here. That's what tipped me off that she might have some Maine Coon in her. But she was the oddball from a litter that my ex's mother had. And I just latched onto her, and we took her home when she was 12 weeks old. And I've had her ever since. That was in February of 2012. Magnificent creature.
Yes.
And then the howler. The howler behind me is a 3.5-year-old tabby male named Tippy. That was a Kietra name, wasn't it?
What name? What?
Naming Tippy?
Um,
Or
did you name him?
no. I named him.
You named him?
Yeah, I think because we had boots, socks, and Tippy. So
Yeah.
Boots had white booties on his feet, as does Tippy. So we think Boots was his daddy.
they were brothers.
Oh?
Who was this?
Who's his,
I
I thought we thought Boots was his
Yeah,
daddy.
we had no. Boots, socks, and Tippy were all from the same crew.
So
who was the common daddy? Because we know that Pixie has a common parent with Tippy as
We
well.
we were pretty sure that his parentage went back to either Tuxie or Old Man. That was because he's older than Pixie.
Right.
By at least 6 months. Because cat gestation cycle is faster than people.
Yeah. Okay, so tail is the place. Now I've got to actually assign the vertex group to the bone. That's the fun part about all of this. Go back to it for a second. To this.
So here's an interesting question. This new guest star feature on Twitch. If you were to guest star with a VTube avatar,
Okay.
how would that even work? You're supposed to share your webcam. Guest star
because
on
you,
some.
you create a virtual camera. That's how.
Yeah,
that's
the
how,
OBS virtual camera. Okay.
Well, in this case, I'm using the VC face virtual.
Right, but I'm saying as far as getting it into OBS or whatever.
Well, I mean, I could share the camera that way too.
I'm really hoping that by the time we get okay, dudes. All right, go ahead. You done? You don't have to panic. I'm hoping that by the end here we can actually demonstrate me doing things with the VTube avatar. That's our goal. That's our goal.
Right. I'm trying to go through and select all these faces so that I can actually add a little bit of curve to this tail, so it'll actually feel less like a
All right. Do me a favor though. Let's accept that there is a certain preliminariness to this model,
Yeah. And I
and
can
that
always
we're
go
going
back
to,
and refine the tail
improve
later.
it over time. Yeah, we're going to improve it over time. So don't obsess too much about the details. Just do me that favor, because I know you're a perfectionist on certain levels. So
Making sure all these are selected so that I can actually do what I'm about to do. Which is
yeah, Doodles is interesting because in the sunshine she actually has almost invisible stripes.
that was so not what I wanted to do there.
Whoops. The Sage, in response to your statement, yeah, Doodles has very interesting parentage because literally every kitten in that litter was black except for her. No commentary about the white baby.
All right, so that smooths that out.
Absolutely no commentary. Thank you very much. We'll be taking no questions.
Dear God, no.
This is why I warn on my about page for Up Late with Mace that I am appropriately inappropriate. And for the last 14 and a half years, I have been professionally unprofessional at Moonhawk Studios Presents. I'm trying to remember who coined that one. I know Naka coined the whole from one to Japan thing.
Yeah, because it was going to be from one to tentacle, and then they changed it.
I just thought was weird because he said it during the Filthy February when we had the Filthy Figments lady.
So I'm gonna drag the tip of this up to here.
I've
noted that Filthy Figments has done away with their women-only thing. Because in the intervening years, more than half of their creators have come out as non-binary or trans.
Right.
So now it's like they're like, okay,
so
All right, there we go. Yeah.
I'm trying to think of a really good example. Oh, Rosalarian. Rosalarian was one of their top contributors before they started HRT.
Interesting.
Yeah. But there was another creator. Oh, I'm still friends with him. I'm still friends with him. Rob. What was his last name? Well, anyway, Rob was also one of the founding members. He was one of the founding members, and because he transitioned, they're like, "Oh, well, you're disqualified." It's like, that's a bad look, Gina. Gina Biggs, the founder of the Figments, wanted to create a safe space for women creators, and everybody, me, Jamie, everybody close to her said, it's a bad idea to try to niche this. He's like, well, how else are we going to stand apart? Well, I don't know, by being LGBT plus friendly in a meaningful way, because Hiveworks' work over on Slipshine has been shoddy at best. Let's just be perfectly honest about that they do not give two shits about the actual causes of the LGBT plus community. And I don't feel that that's actually slander for me to say that. They don't care about it one way or the other. it's not part of their corporate model to give a damn about it. You know, Jackie Lesnick, the original founder of Slipshine, literally got pushed out of the whole thing because she was not in a good mental state, and we covered this in our interview. She was not in a good place mentally when she was running that site. And so Hiveworks basically bought it off of her for a song. And then pushed her and her comics completely out of it. So the politics of that place were not good. And what we tried to emphasize to Gina was that all she had to do to differentiate herself, to truly stand out, was to create a safe space for creators that allowed them to flourish as much as possible under the extremely prohibitive rules of merchant processors like Bureautel and CCDOM. Because for some reason, those two merchant processors, being the biggest adult merchant processors online for credit cards with those kinds of websites, they seemed very much afraid of Visa and MasterCard. Now, Discover and JCB and or with ABC, anyway, the Japanese Credit Bureau, who all offer credit cards. They didn't give two shits. They didn't charge anything. They didn't care about chargebacks because, what about if children get their parents' credit cards and surreptitiously, log into your website? I got news for you, Jack. Even if we are Visa certified, that's still going to happen. People getting hysterical about this nonsense is what got us in trouble in the first place.
So
anyway, we all told her. Everybody told her. T Green, Lance, everybody told her. He said, "This is a bad idea. I mean, it's cool initially. Hey, we're grateful for the space, yada yada." And what ended up happening was because she limited herself in that way, she kind of laid the side down, as the Brits say, on a particular type of content. A lot of gay, not nearly as much lesbian, and very little straight content. Actually, Glad Survivor, my ex, was one of the few who did actually contribute significant straight content to the website. And so we predicted this would happen, and so as a result, it kind of limited opportunity to get people to sign up. And plus, then we started running into all kinds of problems, advertising and so on and so forth. So now it appears that enough people have crossed the rainbow bridge. Is that a good word for it? Is that a good phrase for it?
That's a decent phrase for it, I think.
Yeah, that sounds like a good way to put it. Enough people now have crossed the rainbow bridge to their new lives that Gina had to apparently reevaluate the whole situation and is doing things differently. So Filthy Figments now is a kind of all-inclusive space for everybody across the spectrum. And who knows? Maybe if I get serious about actually drawing adult comics again, because right now I've been subcontracting. But if I get serious about drawing adult comics and pinup art and stuff like that again, maybe I'll talk to Gina. I sent her a friend request with my alt account. If she accepts, then we can have a conversation about that. I still think the website was pretty solid. But there was more, even though it was somewhat problematic, there was more high-profile go-to stuff at Slipshine than there is at Filthy Figments.
Yeah.
Even though Dina had a fantastic line, has a fantastic lineup of creators. And that's one of the things I hope to be able to talk with her about on this new show. I want to bring back Filthy Figments onto Up Late with Mace and talk to her about the changing landscape of subscription-based adult websites. I think that would be a very good conversation to have. Even if it is with my silly cat boy.
Yep.
My silly cat boy avatar.
That's what I boo-booed on.
All right. So how we doing
Just
here?
to go. All right, so here. All that.
Like I said, I don't know exactly how to gauge progress here, so that's why I keep asking.
Yeah, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna grab this and go to edit mode or weight paint. Right now we've got all of this that does not actually.
In case everybody again at Up Late with Mace is wondering what I'm talking about, because I see we popped up with 4 viewers. Hello everybody, but also I am simultaneously streaming on my art and retro gaming channel, Mac Paladin's Retro Gaming Emporium. Let me do a quick shout to that. Set up to that. Nope, apparently not. There we go. There's the link. So that way, if you want to see what we're talking about, we do also have a live stream of Mariah's, the bunny girl avatar that you see on the screen here.
Hi, how are you, everyone?
Working on my new VTube avatar. So that way you don't have to see my ugly mug.
Shoot, stop for a minute.
Well, I mean, you still will on you know, Retro Gaming Emporium, but I'm working on it. You're looking at my gut, aren't you? Oh my god. Middle age man.
It's still not what I meant to do. I don't remember which one does which thing. This is very strong.
But we
will be coming back, of course, to the new channel here to actually demonstrate the avatar, because I'm going to be setting up the programs necessary to do capture. As you can see, I have 2 cameras set at 2 different angles that are currently simultaneously recording me. So this is not the official debut episode. This is just so that way I have some content on the channel to give people an idea of what we're going to be doing here. I'm going to be doing impressions. I'm going to be doing karaoke. Yeah, let me finish. Full H. Ross Perot there for a moment. You're going to let me finish now? I'm going to talk about taxes now. Current tax code is that.
Karaoke.
Yeah. That is a pretty. See, somebody just suggested in the Uplight with Mace channel a perfect drag queen name idea is karaoke. Isn't that right? Ain't that right, Doodles?
She
He ran away.
But
But yeah, it's just a chance to let me goof off. We're so serious all the. Well, I don't know about that. Let me walk that one back. We're so serious. We're so serious all the time on Mac Collins Retro Gaming Emporium that I needed a place to just air it all out. But no, seriously. We'll disappear the little camera down here. There. That way. That one right there. That one will disappear so that way the chat will be visible all the time. And then we'll have, and then in this box right here we'll have the whole VTube avatar, and then I'll have a little overlap right there with my guest stars. I'm making silly gestures now.
Ooh. There we go. That is part of the issue. So stop movement. Here we go to vertex paint.
Yeah, I mean, I want to have fun. It's one of these things to where, like I said, earlier in the stream, I came out as bi-pan 8 years ago, and I have not really integrated that into my online persona because I still have a sort of partition wall between that kind of content and the life that, as far as my family knows, that I actually lead. To be honest with you, the less I have to explain to them, the better. Like for me, my journey doesn't have this hole that I need to include all of them into. Like I don't have to drag my family and friends from earlier in my life kicking and screaming into my current life. And I know that that's a struggle that a lot of people face.
Right.
But for my personal journey, it's about, 80-20, I'm just this regular guy. 20% of the time, I do sometimes have a female voice in the back of my head. She likes to talk and give me advice every once in a while. But I'm still, I'm still the guy that everybody's known all along. That was never a facade or a persona. So I wanted to be absolutely clear about that. That I'm not trying to invade somebody's space. This is my own unique space. I think that's critically important. We're getting a little redlining on the stream here, so keeping an eye on that.
Oh, well, I'm trying to figure out why this is.
It
does still appear to be mostly moving fluidly, so I'm just going to keep an eye on OBS for the moment. With two active streams on my end, and then your Discord stream, it's probably putting a little strain on our internet.
I mean, maybe a little. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Weight paint. Everything was fine. Oh, that's right.
Yeah, we are starting to get a little herk jerk on the stream there.
I'm going to select. That's actually
No, I understand that. I just, like I said, I for those who may not have known me all these years, like for some people, they were just like, oh, I knew it.
Go back to fire first.
So it's like,
So it's like my pronouns are he, him with an asterisk at the end. I have an interest in cross-dressing, and there is a touch of gender fluidity here. But I am not here to take the spotlight from the rest of the trans community.
So.
And Mariah and I talked about this a lot. It's a whole spectrum thing. She's in a particular place.
Yeah.
I'm
in a different place.
And
not because I'm further behind, but because I'm in a different place. That's the key.
I'm trying to figure out why it is that my tool is going the wrong way around.
I had a funny experience the last year that I was working in my retail job. I was a operations manager for a computer store. I did 25 years in computer sales and repairs.
No.
And
The last W-2 job that I had, the last quote-unquote 9-to-5 job that I had before I started working in the gig economy full-time and being a streamer was a place called Computer Revival here in Tucson. It used to be a Computer Renaissance franchise. I still wear the shirts on stream sometimes because the shirts that my boss gave me were actually damn comfortable. And I also find that, polo shirts are kind of a nice unisex uniform. But this lady clocked me good. This 76-year-old lady walked in one day, and we were having a conversation, and I was doing this where I was talking with my hands a lot. And as we all know, that is a somewhat feminine trait. Guys, as a general rule, I mean, maybe Italians. I do have some Italian blood. That's neither here nor there. But guys tend not to talk as much with their hands. Like Bill Clinton did talk with his hands a lot. He was like, I am not here. What is here? Isn't here just there minus a T? But he would do that thing where he was very, he was always pointing with his thumb like that. But unless he was driving a point home, his hands were right on the podium. And so I was talking rather flamboyantly with my hands. And she looked at me kind of funny, and she says, "I have to ask you, you're such a nice guy, but are you a member of the committee?" And I was like, boink, boink, boink. And that was the first time somebody of that generation had clocked me like that. Like this was a lady who could have been there at Stonewall when the whole movement started getting steam, 1969. And I said, "What makes you think that?" I didn't answer right away. I said, "What makes you think that?" And she says, "Well, what makes you?" I said, "What makes you think that?" She says, "I don't know. You just seem rather flamboyant." Now imagine this: 6'4", bearded dude, full head of hair, no lesbian side cut. 300 pounds. Just sitting there, selling a computer to this lady and helping her with her repairs. And she asks me if I'm a member of the committee because I've seen flamboyant. And I said, "Well, I'm not strictly gay, but I do identify as bisexual. I thought it was interesting that you noted that." And she said, "I had a feeling." she actually said, she says, my gaydar hasn't failed me yet. She got me.
I
wasn't even trying to hide. Like I said, I've never been terribly secretive about anything. I just don't talk about anything because I don't know. Maybe that's an ADHD/autism thing. Where I just compartmentalize everything and I don't talk about things. It's like there's just so much stuff that's not important to me. I would, building this channel and doing our animations and just focusing on whatever makes us happy and moves us forward, personally and financially. For me, that has always been the journey. So I don't, it's like I don't go out to clubs. I'm not constantly on the make. I'm not actively looking at anything. I do rapidly doom scroll Instagram. That's a conversation for another time.
But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's like for my stream and for my podcast that I've been doing for 14 years, and to my friends back in San Diego and all that stuff, it's like 80% of the time I am the dude that you've always known. But I'm going to be experimenting with this other 20%. And she has a voice and she needs to talk every once in a while. And I think that would, and this, like I said, this is an opportunity for me to be earnest and honest about it. And hopefully have some fun. I'm like I said, we're going to be singing, we're going to be dancing, we're going to be doing VR chat, we're going to be interviewing other VTubers. It's going to be fantastic. And I hope you guys like and follow. I hope we can get this channel to affiliate. So that way we can get greater exposure and as just everybody has a good time. That's the only thing I'm interested in, providing a good time for everybody. Safe space and a good time. All right, speech over. And again, I'm sorry about the audio problems that we're having right now. This is a brand new setup that I have not tried online yet. This is our first time streaming it, so we're kind of working out the kinks.
Yep.
Working out the kinks. That was an unfortunate turn of phrase. That was an unfortunate turn of phrase. Thank you for the follow there, Marky Thoughts. I really appreciate it.
Hi, everyone.
And I hope you're having a lovely evening. Also, if you love retro video games and cat content, feel free to like my other channel. It's Mac Paladin. It is live. Awesome. Thank you so much. And again, this charming young lady right here.
Hi.
I'm poking your avatar box right there.
Poking my avatar's box. What kind of stream is this?
Whoa! Well, it is not safe for work. Well, at least. This is Varias right here. She's not live right now, but if you want to drop her channel a follow, that would be awesome. She's my partner in crime in a great many things.
Indeed, I am.
We play Paladins and Overwatch together. We do the art stream every Tuesday. She's going to probably be a frequent guest star on Up Late with Mace once we get going in earnest, starting hopefully next week. And like I said, actually, I'm gonna go quiet for just a second here, and I'm gonna change to my Be Right Back screen. So I don't have microphone set up on that, so bear with me for just a second. But I'm gonna change my Be Right Back screen because I'm gonna show you a preliminary view of FemMace.
There we go.
There we go. I added the microphone as an audio source to this one. But yeah, there's Femme Mace. We're working on her hair. That's one thing we got to work on, because that is kind of my cross-dressing look that I'm going for. She's adorbs, isn't she?
There's a few hinky moments in there.
What's that now?
Is that now?
So there's still a couple of hinky moments in there, so I'm gonna go back to.
I see. But yeah,
that's our. That's my.
Yeah,
just something simple, nothing too outlandish, nothing too extravagant. Like I said, just kind of the fun, youthful vibe that I like to carry over in all of my streams. You know, I've taken a lot of injuries over the years, but for the most part, I don't feel 46. I know this may come as a shock to some people for me to say, "You're 46?" I got like 20-something girls in the back of my Uber who always tell me that, "Oh, I didn't think you were older than 32," because they were actively hitting me. One lady gave me her address and says, "Well, if you want to come over to my house in a couple hours," and I was like, tempting, but no. I didn't tell you about that, Marias, did I?
No, I don't think you did.
A couple of months ago, some girl, loud and proud, yelled back to the car her address and told me where to come find her in a couple hours.
Like this
is the kind of stuff. This is the kind of stuff that you read on forums. You know, this is like the old. What is it?
Penthouse forums.
Penthouse forums. Yeah. Oh my god. You know the kind of stuff that everyone's like, "Oh, this stuff doesn't actually happen on Uber." Yeah, it does. Actually, before I got into it, we had this British guy working at Computer Revival, and he worked for Uber, and he was telling me about this time that he got invited in. He dropped off these girls in their 20s, and he's a few years older than me. He's in his 50s now, because this was about 4 or 5 years ago. So he's in his 50s now, but back then he got invited into this house, and he got in there, and they were all getting ready to get in the jacuzzi, and he was hesitating, and then out of the back room comes this really young-looking teenage girl. And they said, "Oh, I hope you don't mind if my sister joins us." And he's like, "I'm 57. How old is she?" "Oh, she's 15. Boop, boop, out of here. He was like, "I could not run out of that place fast enough." So that's the flip side of all this, is that you always got to watch what you're getting yourself into, because you can get fired, you can get arrested. That's why everybody's like, "Oh, it would be such a dream to work for Uber and see all the crazy stuff, and have women flash you, and sometimes the guys too, and have people making out in your car." It's like, when you're working, doing a job, it's not as sexy as you think. Far more often, you get people trying to scam you, doing stuff like, I don't know, canceling the ride after you take off, so that way you don't get paid. So they could try to get a free ride out of you. "Oh, well, you could just finish the ride." No, I'm not going to do that, because not only am I not covered by pay, I'm not getting covered by insurance either. If I drive 30 feet and slam into a tree, or my brakes fail, or I get T-boned by another car and die, I'm solely responsible for that. So no, I don't think so. You can GTFO. And that's some of the nightmares those are some of the more realistic nightmares that we have to deal with. I used to do food deliveries for Uber Eats. And I got this one guy
And for
some inexplicable reason, McDonald's gave me an extra drink or something.
And
And I got to his door, and it was this cartoonishly nerdy looking guy. Like we're talking Coke bottle rim glasses, bathrobe, wife beater, shorts. Answers the door looking like a total slob at like 11:30 at night. And I hand him his order, and I said, "Here's your order. And by the way, McDonald's gave you an extra drink." And he looks like this, and he goes, "You want to come in and get a blowjob?" And I was like, "You have a great night, sir." I didn't. It's like so many questions popped into my head. Like, are you the one offering to give me the blowjob, or is there somebody else hiding inside your bungalow? Because I got bad news for you, bro. You're not my type. Actually, just last night, the last time I drove, night before last, I picked up some guys at IBT, which is a drag bar on 4th Avenue here in Tucson. And we were going out to the JW Marriott, which is a resort on the far west side, past A Mountain out here in Tucson. And they were like talking about the guys they were being hit on by, and they were like, so they were asking me which team I batted for, basically. And I said, I bat for the driver team. I'm also really good at deflecting conversation away from pretty much all personal stuff when I'm in the car.
There we go. Teal is behaving a little more. It's not perfect, but I've got what I need.
So
they were basically propositioning me to come up with the 4 of them to their room, and I was just like, no, sir. I got 4 more hours of work to do before I can knock off for the night. So unless you're going to give me an indecent proposal by way of payment, I'm not going to put my job at risk. It's kind of funny because I have 4 or 5 horror stories that I talk about in the 5 years that I've been doing this. But I don't talk about the more amusing, mundane jobs where I get propositioned by dudes coming out of the gay bar. I'm flattered. It makes me think I've still got it. I'm flattered because it makes me think I've still got it. But as a general rule, when I'm working, I'm working. And I thank God or whatever deity, spirit, force of the cosmos out there that is guiding us for that compartmentalization, because it allows me to do my work without getting into that kind of trouble. Because I guarantee you, I have avoided a lot of jail by simply not reacting to some of those more lascivious moments throughout my retail career and throughout my retail management career and throughout my life as a driver. I feel pretty good about this. We covered a lot of territory tonight. We haven't talked a whole hell of a lot about art, but so what?
Yeah, I mean,
You've been making pretty solid progress, though.
I've been trying to.
like I
said, folks, the hope is that before the end of this stream, we will actually be able to debut the setup of my model. So I will replace the video display of me talking here with my VTube avatar, and then we can try out my voice, because if I do my alt voice while actually physically on camera, with you guys knowing what I look like and what I normally sound like, I think it's going to be distracting. What do you think, Reyes?
Maybe, I don't know. Don't think so.
It could be. I've let him slip. I've let him slip out a few times.
That's what I meant to do here. But all of this here, the tail is the only outlier that's not accounted for in this mesh.
But yeah,
once we get rolling for a while and we get some followers and so on and so forth, I'm going to slowly integrate in Mace, and we're going to work on her hair. One of the things that I want to get is we want to keep the cuteness vibe, but we want to give her a faux hawk.
Fortunately, because there are
kind of like a rising wave in the front.
No.
I wish VTube allowed you to actually create little animations with their animation thingy, because it does put in the bone structure for those animations when you export it to VRM, so that way you can convert it to Blender.
Right.
But it doesn't allow you to activate those animations outside of a program like what is that? VChat or something like that.
Unity.
Yeah.
Big. Well, I mean, because they don't. Yeah, because they to store and bring up the animations, it's the only thing is it can store animations from 3D models or FBX files, and
supposedly there is an FBX converter module you can get for VRoid that does it. I've been reading about it. I've been trying to do something besides just sit here and watch you work.
right. I'm trying to deselect all the extra mesh here because I need to actually unwrap the tail and have it be on my atlas here. If I'm going to have texture it.
Right. And you're going to do the same blue-white motif that we have on the ears.
Right. Problem is we got a lot of extra hoodies in here that got selected with everything because the tail goes inside the body.
Right.
So we have like right here.
Yeah,
I'm sorry for the lower resolution on I'm talking about chats now. I'm sorry for the lower resolution on Retro Gaming Emporium. That machine is going to be a work in progress upgrade over time. We're right now it's a Ryzen 3 2200G, which is not a terribly good processor for this kind of thing. Even though I have an RX 580 8GB graphics card in it, it's the APU is just not that good. I don't like the integrated graphics G series Ryzen processors. I would rather have like a Ryzen 7 that doesn't have integrated graphics. So it's a little harder to see what Verizon is doing there.
Yeah, I'm deselecting points to make sure that the tail texture doesn't actually accidentally link with.
Overall though, I gotta say, I'm generally pleased so far with the performance of the other stream, though. It's at 6,000. It's at 6,000K right now.
Nice.
And I'll start integrating more of the fun stuff like stream stickers and stuff like that. I actually am probably going to, once we get the hair situation figured out, I am probably going to export more cute expressions to use as stickers for the stream. Stickers and emotes for the stream of our mascot, Mace. And I'm going to, you can just call her Mace. I have decided that my nickname Mace Palladino is gender neutral. And so you can call her Mace as well. But that's to differentiate between my switch modes. The difference between the two streams is so stark because I have so much brighter lighting on these other cameras because the Logitech webcam that I have up here actually has an internal backlighting that brightens it by default, and then the new camera that you got me has that built-in ring light. That's what that touch sensor is for, by the way. It turns on the ring light and changes the color.
Interesting.
Scary.
What are you, Batman?
Batman?
This one oddball pixel right here that's wanting to be contrary. There we go.
Switch machines for a second.
Check something out.
I got my first achievement on Twitch on my other channel. It says, "It begins." And again, going forward, I will not be simulcasting as much. The idea is to provide unique content to each channel. Especially since that's a major requirement of being an affiliate.
Which like the ones that
but yeah, you won't see that duplication of content quite as much.
right there we go. Yeah.
I may reference highlights of each stream going back and forth.
Go back over here for a second so I can remember how to do this because it's been a minute since I've actually done this.
All
right.
Edit. There's in here somewhere. There you are, my UV. Unwrap. So let me go back over here. No. That's even worse.
Our the streams have gotten very somber all of a sudden.
Yeah. I didn't establish a scene, so it's not quite sure how to unwrap it. Oh, oops, put it back. I will put it back. This tool. And you got to mark the scene to unwrap it. That's the scene.
Sorry for the weird view of my head there. I'm still trying to understand how Twitch actually calculates viewers. The only thing I can figure here, because it shows a ton of people in there. Some of them are probably bots, but it shows a ton of people in there.
So we've marked the scene. That's how I should have done.
But it's not counting them. I wonder why that is.
Something. Ooh, huh.
I know it's commonplace for Twitch viewers to have like multiple channels on multiple tabs open at the same time.
I do it too.
Yeah, but only 2 count toward.
Is it 2 or 3? I thought it was 3.
No, 2 as far as I recall. And so now we go over here, and now we go unwrap. Oh, no, over here. This, I could do this.
Yeah, for
moderation purposes, I had to. I opened up my all-in-one stream. Just to make sure.
There is a face missing.
So considering the fact that this was a surprise stream and no one was really expecting it, I'm still pretty pleased with the numbers.
Okay, yeah,
I'm just glad people are finding us okay.
Yep. So there's where the tail is going to be, and I'm going to take. Here's what we're going to do. So the tail is there. We go down here. We got this little file that I was creating, and we're just going to flat fill it for the moment.
Okay.
What this is.
You know, I wonder if some of the static noise is because of the particular USB hub that I'm using with this.
Maybe.
It's a pretty chintzy little plastic thing. It's not the fancy one you just got me. I think I should probably shuttle some of this stuff off to the USB hubs and then put the M box
Okay.
directly into the computer. I think that would significantly improve the audio quality.
Because I started to go in and look for tails, and I realized that what I was trying to do was not actually behaving the way I wanted. So I kind of gave up. You know,
Right.
refresh the texture, and we're going to. Jesus Christ, all of it. Look here. This video back to other card.
Actually, since I'm thinking about it, I'm going to go over here to this machine.
Take
Take a look and see if I was correct about owned. Having those assets that I was thinking about.
So we reopen it. Point.
Let's see. Plus, I also got to look through there. I see Owned has a lot of really nice. The Brave series one that I got for my retro gaming stuff, one that has that sort of like medieval fantasy thing going on there.
Yeah.
I got that one because they put it in Stream Element's library. Apparently, there's a partnership now between Stream Element and Owned 3D. So some of their premium overlays have ended up in the Stream Elements library. And if you snagged them during that time period when they were available, then you've got them free and you don't have to pay the monthly fee to own to be able to use them. So it's pretty sweet. Assets, I think I was looking for.
There we go. Tail is back in place where it used to be.
And
on the Up Late with Mace channel, I actually have one of their freebies. It's a panel for Twitch that is included for free that allows you to put like your social media stuff, but you can actually buy premium sheets of all of their Twitch panel buttons. That has even prettier graphics on it. They even have a free music through Epidemic. So according to this, for free you can get 30 minutes of music and sound effects. So that's kind of cool. Let's see what their electronica dance sounds like.
All right, so we are good here. Save this.
That's going to be playing through my all-in-one speakers. Like I said, I don't have. The speakers are actually decent in this all-in-one. It's just like I said, I broke the headphones for this machine, so I can't really hear my own stream at the moment.
All right, so I'm gonna give it a look. Save. Export. Here. And this would be.
They had an interesting thing set up.
right, export. All right, so waiting for this to finish
So it's-
saving.
It's
not
not
over.
overlays.
What'd you say?
What did you say now?
So I'm waiting for Blender to finish saving.
Think we might
You
have.
might have something.
We might have something.
All right.
The bones are going to be kind of stiff in the tail at the moment because they haven't actually been placed properly. But I'm going to go ahead and do this. And I'm going to send this to you through Discord.
All right. We'll just put it in the
Dropbox. Dropbox.
Well, I sent it to you through Discord. Too late. It's going to be there in just a minute, maybe. It's taking its sweet ass time because it's 52 megs.
Manhattan
DA sues Jim Jordan over Trump indictment inquiry.
This is
This is
Alright,
going to
so
be
you have-
epic.
So do you have one camera or two cameras hooked up?
I have two.
I have two.
All right, so.
You
first
You
Tell
can't
the
tell the
difference
difference between the quality of the cameras on my stream.
No, oh.
You
Man,
can
You can
on
see
that
they're
one
they're
machine.
they're both
Focused
focused at different things.
All right, well. All right,
One's directly in front of me, and the other one's slightly to the side of me.
well, that's where it's going to get interesting. You're going to need them to be, for the body capture thing, they're going to both need to be mostly directly facing on. All right, so I'm going to wind up T-posing here in a second because I'm going to walk away from the camera. I'm going to go in there with Mac for just a moment. But you will need to actually you will need to disable your two cameras in OBS.
Okay,
Okay, guys. So we're gonna go blank, but you're still gonna hear our voices, and you're still gonna see Mariah's avatar going into
She's going to go
crucifixion mode. Oh my God! She literally just died.
Everybody's going to hear me here.
Right.
Right.
You got
You got your headset on?
No, I have my ears around me, but
All right.
All right. I just gotta.
Hit the right USB button here.
All right.
All right. So I'm gonna go blank. Her avatar is gonna be in crucifixion mode.
Hi, I'm Mariah's back here.
Woo!
So now
you get to see her in live action form. Oh Jesus Christ, Tippy!
All
All right. So cameras are going offline here.
No, that doesn't work. Double click them. Go to deactivate. Okay. Otherwise they won't be available for it.
Right. You can also get it stripped there. You don't.
DSS tracker.
All right. So where did I move that?
You extracted them all and download.
I copied them onto my secondary hard drive. They still see us on the main stream.
Well, yeah, on the main stream they can still do it. All right.
Here it goes, folks. It's going to get exciting.
Did you save the VRM file?
Not yet.
Not yet. Did you send it?
I sent it to May. Okay. The way it's on the right machine.
All right. You're going to have to go blank for a second there. Down the load.
E.
don't see any reason to take it out of the downloads folder, do you?
I mean, if you have multiple outputs, then yeah. But for now, no.
All right.
Since we're testing.
All right.
So we need a DSS tracker.
Let me pull
Pull
up
up this other folder here.
And no, that is not what I wanted to do.
Damn you!
Damn it all to hell!
You blew it up.
Did you move it to hard drive?
Yeah.
I have to find it because I'm looking at this teeny tiny monitor down here.
So,
Jesus, body tracker right there.
And then go into that folder. And
64?
No.
It's crash
That
handler.
one.
This one. All right, let's create a shortcut and throw that on the desktop.
I've been in my start bar.
well,
Most things are going to load on your frame.
which is this one.
Here.
So
Then we'll move it up here, and then I'll have to.
Can
Can I minimize it, or is it going to do the same
No,
thing
you
with
can
Discord
minimize
does?
it.
Okay.
All mine are minimized except
Because the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to set this to run as administrator because the other program was giving me grief.
Security.
top left tab.
Or no,
No, not that. General. My bad.
general area.
Advanced
That's
Being weird.
shortcut
Advanced.
run as administrator.
There we go.
It's because
It's a shortcut file. All right, so now we'll open that. Windows protected your PC.
More is going to tell it to run it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's not
Not a driver sign.
That tippy before he goes berserk.
It's like my pinky in his ear because he turned his head.
Oh no! The poor boy.
Yeah, I know.
Betrayal. Bitter betrayal. Okay, where are you, program?
You have
So many things that we
can't tell where everything is. You have
have so many things in the
I'm gonna start removing some of this. I don't think I need Inkscape or that.
right click and uncut. It may
It may take a second.
to start it because it's got to do all the crash handling.
There it is.
It's on the
That right there.
It's working on load.
Thinking
Thinking about it.
There it is. Now, you go to settings.
And load
Load the correct
So
avatar.
hit select model.
You also need to select
Select the right camera.
so
Select model.
is where it will open up the pick your model.
There it is.
It
It is super fast.
This is actually one person.
Handily made this to pass through. So you put it in
Downloads.
His name is Mace. So there it is.
Mace Fix 111. Open.
Go to camera settings.
No.
No. Window you're in.
Oh,
Oh,
camera.
camera settings.
Damn,
This is slow.
Which camera is going to be
Source.
Source.
This is your body capture camera.
So you need to make sure that
USB
Video device.
go ahead and hit exit. Left. Go ahead and close this window as
Go
well.
as well.
The left's there. And then it's
And
start
it's
camera
camera.
on the left. Shift and drag
Drag to find it.
because he seems to be lost
Lost.
in the void there.
Void there.
Oh.
He's
Got no light on it.
Why does he
Why
have
does he have no light on it?
That is
That's
very
very
bizarre.
bizarre.
Alright,
Alright.
that's
That's annoying.
very
It's very annoying.
So
So for those of you who don't know what's happening, Max model is
like
faded out pink.
Alright, so
So
let's see what
see if we can sort out what the hell. What it
All right,
All right, that's another program, right?
VN is right there.
We don't need VN.
All we need is
We
the
need
test.
Create shortcut.
Shortcut.
Down, right there. And the shortcut onto because,
Yeah, VC face.
You'll know when
You'll know
it's to load. You'll just
Terrifying.
Well, I mean,
That's what Sage said.
no. Like I said, we're working on it.
Yep.
Yep. Hold on. Let me open it.
Oh shit.
Oh shit! I forgot to hit.
I
Forgot to set it as.
So it doesn't
Doesn't grief me.
This one shouldn't break you. I don't have mine set to run as admin.
Yeah.
That's the first one.
Yeah,
Yeah, because you got so many of those fucking icons there, it's pushed all the way out to the side away from
so we can't even see it. It's such a small display,
play.
and it's
And
not
it's
loading.
not loading.
So you might want to try
Try
it
and-
again.
There's a lot of stuff going on here.
I think I can
unpin the old Vroid beta.
Yeah.
There's only 5 things now in the taskbar.
Yeah. So you check,
Hey, check and see if VC because we have it set last thing.
Voice mod settings, Microsoft
For
Edge.
more details, I'm gonna go to process.
VC face right there.
Just trying to-
Oh, here it is.
There it is. Okay, I'm gonna close the tab.
This is exciting.
Next time we'll have these all preloaded. We're gonna play with it. So we're gonna be ready to go. Dazzling. Hit, this and set you up with. We'll actually get your process.
I apparently have no choice but to go
Yeah,
through
through
it.
each one. It's only 17.
But
They have a mandatory countdown counter between the
panels.
panels.
Seven. Alright, so hit add avatar.
Boop boop.
Avatar here. On him. Right, you select your camera.
And I'm pink again.
Yeah,
Now, I'm gonna have to see what the hell's going on. Yeah, GU by whatever. Go down. Camera settings.
You
Don't need them super high. I've run mine capping it.
2 frames per second, which is perfectly fine for almost everything that I do.
Well, this is asking what resolution is set.
I run mine at 1270.
1280 by 720.
1280 by 720.
And then when you're ready,
Ready, hit start.
Use my microphone.
Yeah, well, because this is where the lip sync comes from. Go with my phone.
Leave.
and then hit start.
Start.
And it's going to load you
Load
into
you
a visual space.
Space. Then we need to add.
And I am pink.
Yeah, I think I know why.
Go to
Settings. I'll deal with the Y your texture. General is the first one.
Yeah, I clicked it. Oh,
That one. So you need to do 2 things. One, you need to scroll down here and find what it says.
You're looking for
Looking for 2 things. Virtual camera, you don't want
that on. And it's
it. It's going to tell you to install it.
which is useful.
Installs.
Keep going. Oh, hit
install virtual cam.
Because you're going to need that
Need
for
that
OBS
for OBS
for
for
the
the
moment.
moment.
Once I
Once I get you
the
the spout 2 plugin for OBS for the machine, you will not need to use that anymore.
Cut your overhead versus GPU usage.
Yay!
Yay!
Yeah, I'm going to go with the mess that is the texture. Because that's what,
That's what
does it say?
Say,
Succeeded.
What is that?
That.
Now scroll
scroll down one more. There's a thing that say BMC protocol, OSC BMC protocol, set receiver. Second.
Set receiver.
Goes in here.
Forget.
Forget.
Yeah, you scroll down.
Hit allow.
Boy,
Boy, Windows Defender is really going berserk over this stuff.
Well, you're actually connecting to yourself.
Right.
Right.
I hit allow.
Hit allow.
There it goes. All right, so
Okay, so we need to change the port to 3333. That's the second block.
right here.
Yep, it's grayed out.
Type it in 3333.
One more.
One more.
Enter.
Enter.
All right, now
You want to
apply
apply
expressions.
expressions.
That's over
That's
there.
over there.
Backspace features.
Then scroll down.
Down.
Back head and neck.
No.
And I also track. Scroll down. I track spine and chest.
All right.
The moment you get out of here,
Okay.
Okay.
go back over to DSS tracker.
So just hit the X.
Yeah, so go over to
Go over to DSS tracker.
and
Hit the black button.
Yeah.
The green button is the one you want to start.
and then
And minimize this button.
So now,
Now,
this
this character should receive a protocol from that.
And if he's not, there we go.
There we go. Now we've got some body capture.
Now, going to
OBS moment.
You want
You want to add a source,
display cat,
like that,
video capture.
video capture device.
Name this.
Name this
VC
PC face,
VC
a VC cam.
and then hit OK.
Okay.
And then set this to the VC face camera.
Camera.
Right there.
Okay.
And then it should knock you up. So
That's where it's at. You want to organize it, size it. Like the really set for overhead. This is a lot of header.
Right.
Right.
So let me deal with the texture issue first.
You
Okay.
get to see my
ghost.
Well, yeah, and don't forget to drag it under your overlay or whatever. Yeah. So what happened apparently is somewhere in the midst of all of this, it did not export the material thing properly. So I'm going to do that instead. And then let me see. I'm going to test this myself. Make sure this works before I send it to you.
Right.
Export. I'm going to my VR, my VR studio. Not VR studio. I feel dumb. I feel dumb that I even went that route. Well, I'm gonna see if I can open it. Though VWord Studio is not the choice that I actually have a piece of software that I'm using for testing me.
All right.
Well, I put your avatar back out there.
All right. Well, hi again, everyone. I have to go hunt this fucking thing down because it's been so long since I did anything with it. Now, did I delete this thing off my desktop?
not like really getting much hand tracking from the secondary camera.
Well, like I said, it's one of those things that you're going to have to futz around with.
Like
Like
zero.
zero. I was getting zero tracking
From the hand.
from the hand cam.
Hi. Here. Trying to hunt down a specific file that I have on my desktop so I can see what the date was, so I can easily find the damn thing I'm looking for.
I gotta
I
find
gotta find
the right. I gotta find the right field of view for this camera up here.
It's kind of a challenge because you got to have one that's looking kind of straight on at your face. That way, when you set everything, you can flick away. But the same thing goes with your body, because if it's going to map your body movements, it needs to be able to rationalize the two things together.
Right now it's
Really slow.
Since
Since it has no textures, I'm just experimenting with
seeing
field track movements.
It's
Very slow at tracking my hand.
But
It could also be because I don't have a screen behind me blocking the
Yeah,
background
elements we were talking about.
right. Okay.
Right now I'm still the mystery man.
This is a fun little adventure because there were so many times where we were playing with Evoid.
Right. All right. So I'm largely focusing on the rarefied art stream right now because you're still experimenting with the whole thing.
Well, less experimenting. I'm looking for something specific.
So Congress is calling it a witch hunt, as they always have, as the Republicans always have been.
But the
But the Manhattan DA, you don't fuck with New York, guys.
They will
Right.
They will get you.
DC
is nothing compared to New York as far as like vicious
politics. And
so the Manhattan DA sues Jim Jordan over Trump indictment inquiry. Basically, you're questioning my integrity publicly? That's slander, yo. And he's gonna get them too. They're abusing their unlimited subpoena power to interfere with the election process, which is funny that they're accusing the Democrats of doing that by putting forward this whole situation with indicting Trump being politically motivated, but then going and threatening political jailings, the very thing that they just criticized.
Right.
So yeah.
So yeah.
There we are. All right, so I'm gonna plug the new model in here so I can take a look at it and make sure it's gonna behave.
All right.
All right.
One thing I didn't do before I finished out was I didn't repack the model. Because I unpacked all the textures and everything.
Gotcha.
Gotcha.
So here, when we go to here.
So for a
So
moment,
for a moment, your avatar will change to me.
That is a big no. That is still wrong.
Oh.
Oh.
Where it's not exporting the textures, and I don't know why.
Huh.
That is very odd.
Blender,
You've betrayed me for the last time.
Seriously, I'm just like, what happened here?
Oh,
Oh, Blender.
See, I know there's
like a million how-to videos on the internet, but this is, I think
that this is
a pretty rare occasion for people to actually see the whole process of developing and actually installing
a
a VTube avatar in real time.
Right.
And the
And the trials and tribulations.
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 That's an
episode of Star Trek Deep Space Nine.
Yeah, you didn't
just go into the T-pose. Your avatar literally died on the cross.
Right.
No,
You did this
thing where when you walked away, she actually went.
Just
hilarious. She died in the most hilariously overly dramatic way I've ever seen.
Don't
kill your avatars, folks. Bad luck.
Oh.
Huh?
I figured out what the problem is. It has to do with the way that I do this. So I have to actually export this as something else and then convert it. So I have to export it as an FBX, which is fine. Okay.
And then just save the new one as the same name. And I should be able to drop it in over the old one, and it'll replace it in real time.
Right. Well, no, it won't replace it in real time because you have to basically reload the.
I think
there's a refresh button, isn't there?
No, you have to reload the model, and you only really need to reload the model in VC face.
Okay.
All right, so let me.
Yeah,
it's like I'm touching my face right now, and it's only tracking my hand to where it looks like I'm pointing at the screen.
Let me, yeah. Well, you can't put your hand in front of your face. It won't be able to see you. And it will actually glitch out, so.
You can pick
your friends, and you can pick your nose, but you can't pick your friend's nose.
Right.
Come on, fingers spread apart, baby.
You can do it.
You can do it. I know you can.
All right, Sage.
All right, Sage. Thanks for dropping by, buddy.
Good
Good to see you again.
Thank
Been a
you.
while.
Thanks
Been a
for
while.
hanging out, Sage.
Body tracking is really not tracking my movements. Like when I hard shift position like this, it's not really detecting that. It's detecting most of my hand motion, which is pretty good. I find your lack of faith disturbing, Commander.
So, bear with me for just a second. It's all back in behaving.
I probably just need to put the camera closer to my hands.
Maybe.
Because right now it's kind of far away.
Yeah.
How did my other shoe? Yeah, but who knows? Maybe next week I'll draw some sexy Clara from Ship the Bottle and we'll play some Twinkle Star Sprites and just shoot the ship.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, right now I'm making sure that this behaves properly. So I need to actually import it. I need to finish compiling the two things I needed to Unity so I can quickly import it. Okay.
Documents leak shakes Washington.
Oh my God, we don't want them to know what we're actually doing over here.
Your hand is sticking through your chest.
Well, that's because I'm over here fucking with my hair.
It's like you got like a fist coming out of your boob. It's like, "Rah." It's like. Oh Lord.
So
I'm making silly gestures now.
I'm trying to figure out why my material did not save. There we go. There. Aha.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. we go. Put him back on the ground. That's that there. We're setting these blend shapes. Fine. Good.
All right.
I'm almost done here. What's that? Where are you? There was a thing.
Oh man. Sorry, I got quiet, everybody.
So
Worries.
What's the word, McGurd?
I check it through a couple of things. Make sure everything was going to behave. So I'm going to save this. Here. Dark moment here when my brain went, oh wait, that is
Every Butterfinger, huh?
no spring rose this time. Left that one thing and I such a rest. And all the other things I needed in here, the one thing I didn't have was my damn render engine.
Ah.
See, my
template here is underlined, so I have to
Yep.
mess with the positioning of my feet here.
What the
What the hell was I looking at where it had those backgrounds, chairs and things that you could put in there?
I said we can.
I can't
do with
find
that.
any of this stuff.
I
I had it in one of the three things. It was either in Bautismo or Stream Elements or whatever, and I can't find any of it.
Well, I also said don't worry about it because we could use Vignon to that because it actually has a whole thing for backgrounds and being able to download and import new backgrounds, all kinds of stuff. So. Finishes.
Sippy's taking a nosedive.
And then I can export this thing. Look here. Sorry.
All right, let's switch back for a second and see.
It's amazing how frustrating sometimes this stuff is.
Yep. Yep.
Hello.
I'll be damned.
I'll be damned.
So in addition,
So in addition to live 2D, there's now live 3D.
Yeah, Live 3D costs money to use its features.
They have a free VTuber editor.
So,
Take a look at it.
This machine's not
Not exactly terribly powerful.
I'm having some derpishness here where it doesn't want to actually do this.
That way
It doesn't interrupt what we're doing here.
Right.
Secrecy.
That's interesting.
I'm gonna
be super pissed off when I find out that this is something that makes V-Roid obsolete
Well,
and is actually easier to convert.
And nobody
And nobody knows about it because everybody's hyping V-Roid right now. I was actually looking for backgrounds.
well, I'm trying to export this damn thing and it won't let me export it.
Okay.
Click on
stuff.
Thank
Thank you, Bobber.
God damn it. Yeah, this is going to be obnoxious. It's not going to let me do what I fucking thing.
Huh?
It's going to be stupid and not let me do what I want.
Which is what?
Which is what?
It will not let me actually fucking offload this fucking thing. I can't export it. It will not let me. It's really fucking obnoxious. So I'm kind of stuck at the moment until I can fix that, but it's like way after midnight, boss. I'm going to save this so I can come back to it, figure out what the hell's going on, and figure out why it's not letting me actually do anything with my damn shaders. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to boot though, and I will catch back up with you. Grab everybody up.
All right.
All right. So this is the clown car we have to deal with on the regular. There's always something that's standing in the way of progress. But we'll get there eventually. Be sure to join us on Saturday for more Overwatch shenanigans, FPS shenanigans at Mac College Retro Gaming Emporium, and of course Sunday we'll be back to doing Strategy Sundays and Walking the Wastes with Shadows Mist. Until then, I'm your host, Mac Paladin, and this side, I'm your host, Mace Paladino. Thanks for watching. Stay safe out there, kids.